Bye. Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, 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 Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Sit properly. Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Krishna Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Sit properly. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Sit properly. Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Sit properly. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna.
Prabhupada teacher.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram,
Rath Yatra Ki. Starts at 12 o'clock today. Everyone should come, as many as possible. I have a van with 14 seats and I think I've got about 8 seats available, so if anyone needs a lift, I'll be coming here about 9:45 today. Hare Krishna. We'll meet at the Prashad Hall over there. Jai Hare Krishna. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Shri Guru Charana Prana Kevala Bhakrati Sada Shri Guru Charana Prana Kevala Bhakrati Sadna Bando Muvi Savadana Mate Bando Muvi Savadana Mate Jahara Prasade Bhai Baba Toriya Jai Jahara Prasade Bhai Baba Toriya Jai Krishna Prapti Hoi Jaha Hoi Te Chitete Koriya Kya Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Kya Anakori Omane Asha Anakori Omane Anakori Omane Asha Anakori Shri Guru Charane Rati Ese Uttama Gati Shri Guru Charane Rati charan herati ese uttamagati. Jiprasare pure sava asha. Jiprasare pure sava asha. Chakudana dilo je jame jame Prabhu se. Chakudana dilo je jame jame Prabhu se. Divya gyan hire prakasito. Divya gyan hire prakasito. Preme bhakti jaha hote avinya vinyasa jate. Preme bhakti jaha hote avinya vinyasa jate. Mere gai jahara charita. Mere gai jahara charita. Sri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu. Sri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu. Lokinath Lokirajidana. Lokinath Lokirajidana. Aha Prabhu Koro Doya Deho More Parachaya. Aha Prabhu Koro Doya Deho More Parachaya. Every chance to Suchi Govardhana. Every chance to Suchi Govardhana. Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana. Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine.
Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine.
Namaste Sarasvate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Niveshesha Sunyabari Bhaskacharya Shatarine.
Namaste Sarasvate Deve
Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Sri Krishna Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Gaura Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Radha, Gaurandari Radha, Gaurandari Sri Radhe. Jaya Radha, Gaurandari Radha, Gaurandari Sri Radhe. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Giri Govardhana, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Giri Govardhana. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Giri Govardhana, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Giri Govardhana. Nitya Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitya Gaura Haribo. Nitya Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitya Gaura Haribo. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. As I go to Premanandi. Jayam.
Jayam Vishnupad Paramahams Maharibrajikacharya Satara Sri Srimad ऐसी भक्तिवेदांत स्वामी श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य अष्टतर सरस्वती श्रीमद श्रील भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती गोस्वामी महाराज की अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की नामाचार्य हरिदास ठाकुर की प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्री वासुदेव गौर भक्त वृंद की श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गौ गोपक गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरी गोवर्धन की श्री वृंदावन धाम की मायापुर नवद्वीप धाम की श्री पुरुषोत्तम क्षेत्र जगन्नाथ पुरी धाम की जगन्नाथ रथ यात्रा and surface paradise की Ganga Jamuna Maya ki Bhakti Devi Tulsi Devi ki Samveta Bhakti Vrinda ki all glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to Sri Sri Guru Gauranga, and glories to Srila Prabhupada. Go Premanandi, Hari Hari Bol.
Aslisya Prathamanam Nrsimham Ashlam Ratam Protava Karkavana Purvo
Thus the abundance and millions and millions of Krishna and Govardhana in each transcendental name, that's the all the transcendental entities, running about the rules of chanting and names. Oh my Lord, out of kindness, you made us freely approached by your holy name, but I am so fortunate that I have no objection for them. You chant the holy name of the Lord and thinking oneself lower than the strong street. One should be more tolerant than a tree, devoid of all sense of false prestige, and should be ready to offer all respect to others. Such as that line of Untitled Chapter
Tulasi, His Divine Grace of High Charananda Vinda Bhakti Samsara Prabhupada. ISKCON BBD Founder Acharya, serve the whole world, Srila Prabhupada. Jai Nitya Vishnu Vishnu Pada Paramahansa. Parivrajakya Acharya, Ashta Tulasi Sri Srimad His Divine Grace Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj Ki, Ananta Koti Vaishnavrinda Ki, Namacharya Shri Hari Rasta Ki. Friends of the Lord Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Sri Hari Gaur Bhaktivinoda Ki, Sri Radha Krishna Govardhana Shamakund Radha Kundi Govardhana Ki, Braj Bhumi Sri Vrindavan Ki, Navadvip Mayapur Dhamma Ki, Purusham Chacha Jagatpuri Dhamma Ki, Gangavamaya Ki, Jamurmaya Ki, Bhakti Devi Ki, Tulasi Maharani Ki, Samaveta Bhaktivinoda Ki, Jai Nitai Gaur Premanandi. All glorious and glorious, all glorious and glorious, all glorious and glorious, all glorious, let us be the Sri Gaur and Sri Gauranga, all glorious to Srila Prabhupada Ki. Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Jaya Shri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Is it 134 on the board? I can't quite see it. Okay. Nityananda Mukhi Shuni Gopala Charita. Nityananda Mukhi Shuni Gopala Charita. Tushta Hare Mahaprabhu Svabhakta Sahita. Tushta Hare Mahaprabhu Svabhakta Sahita. Nityananda Mukhi Shuni Gopala Charita. Tushta Hare Mahaprabhu Svabhakta Sahita. Nityananda Mukhi Shuni Gopala Charita. Tushta Hare Mahaprabhu Svabhakta Sahita. From the mouth of Lord Nityananda Prabhu. Shuni, hearing. Gopala Charita, the narration of Gopala. Tushtahaila, became very pleased. Mahaprabhu, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Svabhakta Sahita, with his devotees. Thus Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu heard the narration of Gopala's activities. Both he and his personal devotees became very pleased. And I'll continue reading. Gopala Ragayavi Prabhura Hayastiti Bhakta Gana Dekayena Dunhe Ekamurti. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was sitting before the Gopala deity, all the devotees saw him and the deity as being of the same form. Dunhe Ekavana Dunhe Prakanda Sharira Dunhe Raktambara Dunhara Swabhava Gambira. Both of them were of the same complexion, and both had the same gigantic bodies. Both wore saffron cloth, and both were very grave. Mahatejomaya Dunhe Kamala Nayana Dunhara Sabhava Vesha Dunhe Chandra Vadana. The devotees saw that both Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Gopala were brilliantly effulgent and had eyes like lotuses. They were both absorbed in ecstasy, and their faces resembled full moons. Dunha deki Nityananda Prabhu Maharange Taratare Kare Hashe Bhaktagana Sanghe. When Nityananda saw both the Gopal deity and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in that way, he began to exchange remarks with the devotees, all of whom were smiling. E mata maharangi se ratri vanchiya prabhate chalila mangala arate dekina. Thus, with great pleasure, Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu passed that night in the temple. After seeing the Mangalarati ceremony in the morning, he started on his journey. Bhuvaneshwara pate yache kaila darashana vistara varniya chena dasha vrindavana. In his book Chaitanya Bhagavat, Sri Vrindavan Das Thakur has very vividly described the places visited by the Lord on his way to Bhuvaneshwara. So Bhuvaneshwara is not very far from Puri. It's a little bit to the west of Puri, and Sakshi Gopal temple is just outside of Puri. In his book Chaitanya Bhagavat Antyakand, Srila Vrindavan Das Thakur has very nicely described the Lord's journey en route to Katak. On that journey, the Lord visited a place known as Balihasta or Balikati Chati. He then visited the city of Bhuvaneshwara, where Lord Shiva's temple is located. The temple of Bhuvaneshwara is located about 5 to 6 miles from Balakati Chati. The temple of Lord Shiva is mentioned in the Skanda Purana in the narration about the Lord's garden and one mango tree. A king named Kasiraj wanted to fight with Lord Krishna, and consequently he took shelter of Lord Shiva to acquire the power to fight the Lord. Being pleased with his worship, Lord Shiva helped him fight Krishna. Lord Shiva's name is Ashutosha, which indicates that he is very easily satisfied when one worships him, regardless of the purpose, and he gives his devotee whatever benediction the devotee wants. Therefore, people are generally very fond of worshipping Lord Shiva. Thus, Kasiraj was helped by Lord Shiva, but in the fight with Lord Krishna, he was not only defeated, but killed. In this way, the weapon known as Pashupata Astra was baffled, and Krishna set fire to the city of Kashi. Later, Lord Shiva became conscious of his mistake in helping Kasiraj and begged Lord Krishna's forgiveness. As a benediction from Lord Krishna, he received a place known as Ekamra Kanana. Later, the kings of the Keshari dynasty established their capital there, and for many hundreds of years they reigned over the state of Orissa. So this pastime of Sakshi Gopal, which is concluding here, it starts basically at the beginning of the chapter from about verse 9, where Nityananda Prabhu is describing to Lord Chaitanya the amazing pastime of Sakshi Gopal. It's significant for many reasons. Firstly, it's being explained by Lord Nityananda Prabhu, so that in itself makes it quite significant. It's something that's being explained by the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself. And then also in this pastime, it's showing how the deity is directly Krishna. It's not like he's a representation of Krishna or anything, but actually the deity is directly Krishna. And there's a very significant verse in this regard in this section, where the young Brahmana, when he's speaking to Gopal after he's returned from Vidyanagar to Vrindavan, Vidyanagar is south of Vrindavan, towards the south of India, and when he's speaking to the deity after returning from Vidyanagar, which is where he and the elderly Brahman lived, he was having an exchange with the deity, and he was actually asking the deity to come as his witness. And at one point he said to the Lord, he says, Pratimanahi Tumi Saksha Prajandanandana, that my dear Lord, you're not a statue, you're directly the son of Nanda Maharaj Krishna. So we see how in this story, how Krishna himself has proven this to be a fact, and that he walked all the way from Vrindavan to Vidyanagar, which is it was not a short distance. And then also you'll see there's other exchanges here, particularly the exchange that's just finished here that he had with the Queen, how the Queen had this desire. She had a pearl that was in her nose, and it was a very nice pearl, and she, obviously very, very costly, but she wanted to offer it to the deity. But she was worried that the deity didn't have anywhere to put the pearl. She wanted to hang it in the deity's nose, and then Krishna came to her in the dream and said, actually, ask the Pujari to look, and you'll see I have a hole there in my nose, so you can offer me the pearl. So this pastime also is significant because we can see how Krishna acts to satisfy the desires of his pure devotee, because Krishna is actually controlled by his devotees. And this is the extraordinary nature of bhakti. I've been in the last few weeks reading the Bhakti Sandarbha, and in the beginning part of this Sandarbha, Jiva Goswami is describing the nature of bhakti and how it liberates or not liberates, but protects a person who's living in this material world. And in that section, Jiva Goswami mentions that even if someone does not complete the path of bhakti, or they fall from the path of bhakti, still they don't take a lower birth. Still they don't go to lower regions because of the power of bhakti. If someone has faith in this process of bhakti, then they're protected, because bhakti is so powerful. And I was having a conversation yesterday with a devotee in South Africa about like there's so many rules and regulations in the scriptures surrounding death rights and things like that, and how someone becomes contaminated for a certain period of time after there's a death in the family or of a close relative. And I was making the point, but actually these don't apply to a practitioner of bhakti, because bhakti surpasses all these rules, these what do they call it? These dharma shastras. The bhakti shastras surpass those things. So if one is sincerely practicing the process of devotional service, then these different rules don't apply. But you will see that sometimes practitioners of bhakti will observe these rules when they are, depending on the very circumstances. Maybe the family has some expectation, maybe the community they're living in has some expectation. You'll see sometimes they do observe these different rules. But we should understand as practitioners of bhakti that these different types of rules don't apply. It's just like you'll see there's rules in scriptures that talk about Charanamrita, for instance, and if you drop one drop of Charanamrita on the floor, you'll take birth as a leper for 10,000 lives. Some very, very heavy rules, But these rules have a purpose. One is to show that something like Charanamrita is not just a mundane liquid. It's actually the water that is washed. Charana means the feet. Amrita means the nectar from the feet. So it's the water which has washed the lotus feet of the deity. So it's not ordinary. It's not a mundane thing, and so we should not disregard it. Even you'll see there's many rules about shalagrams. There's an interesting book called Shalagram Kosh, and in this book it discusses many different rules and different types of shalagrams you can worship, and how if one worships a brown shalagram or a red shalagram, it'll bring about death in the family and things like that. But when you look at these rules are actually applying to those devotees who practice karmakanda. So the idea of karmakanda is if you perform a particular type of worship or a particular type of religious activities, you'll get a material benediction. And so the way the rules are set up is, sure, you follow these rules, you get this benediction, but you have to follow the rules very strictly, otherwise you'll get heavy reactions. But a devotee has a completely different approach, a completely different focus or purpose. The devotee's purpose is only to satisfy Krishna. We're not approaching Krishna, we shouldn't be approaching Krishna for some material benediction or for some material gain. If you want to approach Krishna for material gain, then you have to follow these rules very, very strictly. And as we see in the second canto, in the third chapter, it says, Akarma savakama moksha kama dharadihi tivrena bhakti yogena yajeta purusham param. Whether one is full of material desires, without material desires, desiring liberation, we should by all means worship Krishna. So this is established. This is one of the conclusions of the Bhagavatam, is whatever your motive is, worship Krishna. And we see what happened with Dhruva Maharaj when he, because he had this strong desire to have a kingdom even greater than the kingdom of his great-grandfather. And his great-grandfather happened to be Lord Brahma. So he wanted a kingdom that was even greater than the kingdom of Lord Brahma, and he got that. But we see what happened was when he actually, following the instructions of Narad Muni, he went to the forest and he worshipped Krishna. And at some point, he was absorbed in his meditation, and then his meditation broke. He was meditating on the form of the Lord. It describes there very beautifully the form of the Lord that he was meditating on. And when his meditation broke, he opened his eyes and he saw that actually Lord Vishnu was standing before him. And there's a really interesting prayer. I can't remember what book it's recorded in. It's not in the Bhagavatam. But in this prayer, Dhruva Maharaj, he prays to Krishna, and he says that I was after some broken pieces of glass, but now I see you, I have achieved the most valuable gem. So he realized that his desire to have this mighty kingdom, greater than any other person in the material world, he wanted this kingdom. So, and he was all driven out of rage, out of anger, towards his stepmother and his father. He was so incensed because he felt he'd been insulted. But then once he achieved, like Narad Muni is quite an extraordinary personality. He actually tricked him into worshipping Krishna to purify his heart. And this is the nature of worshipping Krishna. It's just like, once you come into contact with something very powerful, it's just like if you touch electricity, your whole body becomes energized by that electricity. So in the same way, when we come into contact with Krishna, our whole being becomes spiritualized, becomes transcendental. And this is what happened to Dhruva Maharaj through his worship of Krishna. He actually realized that these material desires that he had were insignificant, like broken pieces of glass, and that actually he had achieved the most valuable gem. And so this is the nature of bhakti. It's so purifying that even though we may have some very, very strong material desires, as we see with someone like Dhruva Maharaj, he had such strong material desires, but through the association or through the practice of the process of bhakti, and ultimately coming into the association or the presence of Krishna, then these desires were purified. And this is why the Bhagavatam recommends, it says, whatever you have, whether you have material desires, you don't have material desires, whether you just want liberation, worship Krishna, because all the desires will become purified. And therefore we see in all the Vedic scriptures, they ultimately come to this conclusion of worship Krishna, because this is actually the only thing that can help us to achieve emancipation from this material conditioning. Nothing else in the Vedic scriptures is really going to help us. It can bring us to the point of bhakti. And Jiva Goswami makes this point in the Bhakti Sandhava, is that karma yoga, if practiced properly, will bring you to the point of bhakti. Jnana yoga, if there is no bhakti, if it's not imbued with bhakti, it will not be successful. So only by practicing bhakti can one actually achieve the goal of spiritual practices, and the other things won't help us. And this is the state. And obviously he's giving many, many references from various scriptures to substantiate his claim. And so we see this, all the acharyas, they do this, that at least our Gaudiya Vaishnava acharyas, that they'll establish how bhakti is supreme. You look at the Bhagavatam, ultimately it's coming to that conclusion, that bhakti is supreme. And the supreme practice of bhakti, especially in this age, is the chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. By chanting the holy names, one's heart becomes purified. And as it mentions, this is Jangalam Mangalam Samahatam Avikayara Vidya Kandarika Niskritam, that it's the most powerful practice. Jagalam Mangalam Anghasam, in Jagan means the universe, and Mangalam means auspicious. It's the most auspicious thing in the entire universe. There's nothing more auspicious in this universe than Krishna's holy name. And it's able to uproot the reactions even to the greatest sins. Doesn't matter what sin you perform, you take shelter of the holy name, and it will destroy those sins. It will overcome the effect of those sins. But it means we need to take shelter of the holy name, not just chanting in a distracted manner, dish dish da da dish dish da. We actually have to take shelter of the holy name, which is not in itself is not an easy thing. But compared to these other practices, so-called practices of yoga, it's very easy. Very, very easy. These other practices, there's so many different types of yoga, and we see this is described in the 12th canto of the Bhagavatam. Kritiyadhyato Vishnam Trahyam Yajako Dvaparam Parichayam Kalatadhari Kirtana. That whatever one achieves, says Kritiyad. Kriti means gold, golden age. In the golden age, Jayato Vishnu, by meditating upon Vishnu. So we see, you look at someone like, for instance, Hiranyakashipu, he meditated for tens of thousands of years to achieve his goal. Valmiki also meditated for 60,000 years, I think he was meditating for. A lot of effort, and not just like, meditating in the mornings and then having his breakfast and then meditating a bit more and having his lunch and stuff. It means non-stop. 60,000 years. I mean, you get hungry, would you? You want to have a sleep and go to the bathroom, but no, they just fixed in their meditation. And we see that with Hiranyakashipu, his meditation was so intense, so the Dridhavrata, he had this like intense vow, because he wanted to become immortal. Obviously that's not possible with the material body, but he wanted to become immortal, and he was determined. He had such intense determination that he stood on his tippy toes and had his arms stretched out in the air. And he was like that for tens of thousands of years. He was so long he was there that an anthill actually grew up around his body, and he didn't even notice that. So you get the idea of what kind of meditation is required. Not we're just sitting down for a few minutes a day and becoming absorbed. No, it takes thousands of years sometimes to achieve the result of this meditation. Even Dhruva Maharaj, was meditating for six months. And then it says, Tratyam Yajato Makai, so yagya, performing yagya. And then Dvapare Parichayayam, in Dvapa Yoga, deity worship. Karatadhari Kirtana. But whatever you achieve by performing these different activities, we can achieve this through Dhari Kirtana, this kirtan of Lord Hari. The Hare Krishna Mahamantra, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. By chanting of Hare Krishna, and not just, as I said, not in a distracted way, we actually have to have faith in the holy name. I was just in Fiji, and I was there at the tail end of the Fiji festival, and they also had a celebration for the 60th anniversary of ISKCON, and this was one of the points that the various Vaishnavas who were speaking was bringing out, was how Srila Prabhupada, one of his great successes, or one of his great causes of success, was his faith in the holy name. He just had unflinching faith in the holy name. You see that when he went to Tompkins Square Park, for instance. He just sat down there with a bongo drum and was chanting Hare Krishna. And you can see that there's video extracts from that, one of those kirtans there, and you can see there was many people there chanting Hare Krishna. And that was Prabhupada, he wasn't trying to, talk to them about Sanatana Dharma or becoming Brahmanas or following regular principles or anything like that. He just got them chanting Hare Krishna, knowing that if they chanted the holy name of the Lord, their heart would become purified. And when their heart became purified, then actually they'd start to inquire. And we see that was actually what happened, because if you look in the Leelamrita, after the first initiation, he initiated, half a dozen devotees. Mukunda Maharaj was amongst them. And after the initiation, so one of the devotees came to Prabhupada and said, Swamiji, what does initiation mean? I had no idea what it meant. And he said, I was hoping you would ask that. And then he explained the rules and regulations. That's when he put up that famous handwritten poster about the four regulative principles. That's the first thing they heard of it, the first time they heard about the four regulative principles. So we see how the process of chanting Hare Krishna was working on them, how it purified their hearts, because they were practicing the process in the limited way they had, and then they started to inquire. When one inquires, this tadvidi paripatena pariprishnena sevya upadekshanti te ganam gananastapadashana. When one inquires from a self-realized person, this comes about because of purification of the heart. You won't see, like sinful people will come, you won't see them coming and inquiring from a transcendentalist about how to become a transcendentalist. You don't see that because their hearts aren't purified. It's only when the heart becomes purified that one will actually start to ask questions about the transcendental process and to make further advancement. And so we see Prabhupada had this faith that if I can just get these people to chant Hare Krishna, then the holy name will manifest in their hearts. The holy name will have its effect. And so from this faith in the name, this International Society for Krishna Consciousness is developed. And we need to also, if we want to be successful in this practice of bhakti, we also need to develop the same faith in the holy name. And essentially all the activities we're doing in Krishna consciousness are supporting this chanting of Hare Krishna, to bring us to the point of chanting the holy name purely, to bring us to the point of developing unflinching faith in the holy name, because this is what you need for the holy name to deliver us back to the spiritual world. Even we do deity worship. The whole point of deity worship is to purify the heart. And Jiva Goswami explains this later on in the Bhakti Sandarbha, how when people, in the beginning stages of devotional service, he's talking about people approaching him, and the hearts are so contaminated by material desires. And frankly speaking, all our hearts are contaminated by material desires. That's why we're here in this material world. And so he explains how people were approaching him for guidance in spiritual life, but the hearts are so contaminated. He said, therefore, at the point of initiation, the initiate is obliged to engage in deity worship to purify the heart. And this is why it's very, very important, because if our hearts are not pure, we cannot develop faith in the holy name. But by purifying our hearts through the process of bhakti, following the four regular principles, rising early in the morning, etc., deity worship, whatever. Excuse me. The focus, the goal of these things is to purify the heart, so we can come to this point of chanting the holy name purely. And then once we do that, then we'll find that it will very rapidly advance in the spiritual practice. And this is, because ultimately, in the devotional process, the name is the deliverer. You see, it talks about other persons, other personalities or other things delivering it. But in Kali Yuga, because the Nam Sankirtan is the Yuga Dharma. The Yuga Dharma is what delivers you. So in this age, it's the holy name that delivers you. Everything else brings you to the point of chanting. You take Diksha. Why do you take Diksha? So you can get instruction about how to chant the holy name. So you get guidance. So you get, you have a practical experience of someone who's chanting the holy name purely. And that's why we take Diksha, is so we can be guided on how to chant the holy name and what practices I need to do to bring me to the point of chanting the holy name purely. So this is why the chanting of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, it's so important. It's the Yuga Dharma. The name, Nama Chintamani Krishnas Chaitanya Rasa Vigraha Purnasiddhi Nityamukta Pinaton Nama Namano. It's not a material name under any circumstances. Nama Chintamani Krishnas. It's non-different from Krishna. It is Krishna directly. Just like we see the deity is Krishna directly. The holy name is also Krishna directly. Prabhupada would explain sometimes that when you're chanting the holy name and between the mouth and the ear there's nothing but the holy name, then Krishna is dancing on your tongue. Krishna himself is directly dancing on your tongue. So it's a very, very powerful process, but we need to have faith. We need to develop that faith. And we need to chant purely and without distraction. And because of the nature of our minds, it's so easy to get distracted. And there's so many distractions. And that's the thing I find quite remarkable, is that when Jiva Goswami was making this comment about how people's minds were impure and contaminated, this is about 480 years ago. Right? There was no internet then, no computers, no cars, none of this type of stuff. It was a very, very simple life, and he was living in Vrindavan. Very, very simple life, and he's saying back then how people's minds were distracted and contaminated. How much more is this the case now? It's much more, people are much more disturbed. I mean, I don't know if anyone watches the news at all, but or reads the news, but you can see how disturbed people are in this age. And it's getting worse and worse. And so the only hope, the only panacea for people in this age is the chanting of the holy names of Krishna. And therefore it's very important that we ourselves understand. This is just like Krishna says, he's giving a message to Arjuna in the Gita. He says, just try to understand this so others will take it seriously. If we ourselves accept the nature of the name, if we ourselves accept how important the holy name is, how the holy name is non-different from Krishna, then we can impress this upon others. So it's very, very important that we develop our awareness of the name, and then also that we spread the holy name as much as we can. Okay. There's something I want to mention also about this. It's interesting here also in this purport how Srila Prabhupada discusses about the nature of Lord Shiva, and also this devotee of Lord Shiva called Kasiraj. And one of the names of Lord Shiva, he has many names. One is Bhutanath. Bhutanath means Lord of the dull-headed. So you see that people aren't so smart, they tend to take shelter of Lord Shiva. It's also Ashutosh. It means one who gives benedictions very easily. And we see there's one, I can't remember the person's name, one person approached Lord Shiva for a benediction, and he wanted this benediction that whoever's head he touched with his finger would crack into 1,000 pieces. And so he performed this tapasya where what he was doing, he was cutting pieces of his body off and offering them into the fire. I mean, pretty stupid kind of tapasya, isn't it? Like slicing your body up and offering fire. But when Lord Shiva saw this, he became compassionate upon this person, and he came and said, well, what do you want? He said, I want this benediction, that whoever's head I touch cracks into 1,000 pieces. Okay, fine, have it. And then this personality, it's a funny story actually, this personality, actually his desire was to get Lord Shiva's wife, because Lord Shiva's wife, Parvati, is very, very beautiful. And so he immediately started to chase Lord Shiva. And Lord Shiva runs all over the universe trying to get away from this demon who wants to touch his head, to cause his head to crack into 1,000 pieces so he can steal his wife. And then finally, Lord Shiva was just running everywhere, and finally Lord Vishnu manifests himself as a young boy and stands in the path of this demon. And he explained, and he said, what are you doing? He said, I'm chasing Lord Shiva. I want to touch him and split his head into 1,000 pieces. And he gave me this benediction that I can split his head, and I've got to try it out. And the young boy says, you don't believe that, do you? I mean, everyone knows that Lord Shiva gives phony benedictions. And he said, if you don't believe me, touch your own head and find out. So, the demon, bewildered by the Lord's Mahamaya, touches his own head, and his head splits into 1,000 pieces. So Krishna saved him. But we see how people who are interested in material benedictions, they approach Lord Shiva. But ultimately, as we see here, they're frustrated. They may get their benediction for some short period of time, but they're frustrated because we see here, Kasiraj was killed, ultimately. Even though he got this benediction from Lord Shiva, where he had the power to fight with Lord Vishnu, ultimately he was frustrated. Because it's material, and as Krishna explains in the Gita, He says, Dukkalayam Shashvatam, everything in this material world is by nature temporary, therefore it's full of misery. So any material, there's a bit of a surge right now in ISKCON, in various parts of the world, about worshipping Lord Shiva. But why on earth would you want to worship Lord Shiva? He can't give you liberation. He can't help you get back. He can help you, he can guide you, he can give you spiritual instruction. But he ultimately, what's that, Mukti Pradate Savesham Vishnu Evina Shangsaya. That ultimately, Krishna is the only one, or Vishnu is the only one who can give you liberation from this material world. And not liberation meaning liberated from your karma or material desires, but liberation meaning returning back to the spiritual realm. Only Vishnu can give you that. Shiva cannot do it, Brahma cannot do it, none of the other Devatas can do it, only Krishna can do that. So why on earth would you want to worship someone like Lord Shiva? We respect him. As Prabhupada mentions, we respect in the sense of what's described in Brahma Samhita. It says, Chiram yatada vikara vishesha yoga sanjayate nahita pridaraste hetam. Yashambudam api Yashambudam api samvipati karyan govindam adipurusham tamaham bhajami. We understand who Lord Shiva is. He's the transformation of Krishna's energy in order to perform the work of destruction, in order to perform these functions in the material world. The same as Brahma. He has a function in the material world. He is the secondary creator. Whereas Lord Shiva, he brings about the destruction of the material world. They have a function. But ultimately, as Lord Brahma, because Lord Brahma is understanding who all these personalities are. He knows them directly. He has, a first name basis, He knows them all directly. And at the end of every prayer in the Brahma Samhita, what does he say? Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami. I worship Govinda, even though he knows Brahma, even though he knows Surya, even though he knows all these, Durga, all these powerful personalities, he knows them personally. Still, he says, Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord. Because he understands Krishna's position, because he understands his own position. And this is why we should not be bewildered by these different pastimes. We see how Lord Shiva, very, very powerful personality, there's no doubt of that, very powerful, almost on the same level as Krishna, but not quite. Brahma, almost on the same level as Krishna, but not quite. Yeah, they become bewildered. Krishna, what does Krishna say in the Gita to Arjuna? He says, many, many births both you and I have taken. I can remember all of them, you cannot. Krishna's the only one who can say that. He's the only person who never becomes bewildered by the material nature. Every other living entity becomes bewildered by the material nature. So, this is why we worship Krishna exclusively. Okay, finished there. Any questions at all? Yeah, Prabhu.
Thank you for the class, Prabhu. This is very nice. I had a niggling question that you kind of answered in the class about the Yugadam, because we've had a few classes previously where they, relate everything to Sankirtan, how you can mow the lawn, you can worship the deities, and it's all on the same platform. But what you said was that they're meant to purify the hearts and then actually assist the Yugadam of chanting of the holy name. So that was one of my questions, that why is there kind of a misunderstanding that everything is on the same platform as the chanting of the holy name?
Yeah, it's on the same platform if you are on that platform. Huh? If you're asked to wash the pots, right, and you're in the pot shop, I hate doing this service, and you're bashing the pots around, you just, that's not particularly transcendental, that's quite mundane. But if you're washing the pots and you think, just like, what's that story? There's an interesting story how the Brahmana and the cobbler, you know that story? So the Brahmana, when he found out that he wasn't going to go back home to Godhead at the end of his life, he became very, very angry and disturbed. But then when the cobbler found out that when he was asking about the activities of Krishna, and Narad Muni related how he was threading an elephant for the eye of the needle, he was saying, oh my Lord Krishna, he's so wonderful, he can do it. So he had this completely different, like the Brahmana was doing his activities to get some material benediction. He wanted to go, he wanted liberation. Whereas the cobbler, he was doing his activities for the pleasure of Krishna. So if you're doing everything for the pleasure of Krishna, which is quite an elevated consciousness, but if you do everything for the pleasure of Krishna, then ultimately it's non-different, because it's all for the pleasure of Krishna. But if we have a material contamination, if we're seeing things materially, then it definitely has a purifying effect because of the sambandha, because of the relationship with Krishna. And everything in relation to Krishna is absolute. But our consciousness, because our consciousness is contaminated, is not necessarily absolute. You understand?
So, does that not mean that the people who are less elevated need the Harinam? And then when you're kind of the most elevated, you can do anything and it's like the same?
Yeah, but when we go on Harinam, it's giving people an opportunity to hear Krishna's holy name, which is very, very purifying. And once you start on this spiritual practice, what's that verse in the Gita where it says, Swapamapshidama Trayate Mahatove, and this endeavor, there's no loss of diminution, little advancement in this path can protect one from most dangerous type of fear. So when one hears the holy name, when you're on Harinam, you hear the holy name, it's kind of interesting because somebody walking past talking on their phone, and the person on the other end of the phone hears the holy name. So their spiritual life has begun by that practice. But in order to achieve the conclusion, we need to purify the heart. So Harinam is definitely a very, very powerful activity. Book distribution is a very powerful activity. Washing the pots for Krishna. All these things are absolute because of their connection with Krishna. It's just like, there's a wire coming into this temple from the power pole over there, and it's connected to all these different electrical appliances. They're all connected to the powerhouse, so they're getting the same potential. So, one's a light, one's a microphone, one's a dB meter, one's a camera. They're all connected to the powerhouse in the different means. So they're getting the same potential, they have access to the same power, depending on the capacity of the cable. So it's the same for us. Whatever activity we're practicing, whatever spiritual activity we're practicing, it has the same potential. But that potential is dependent upon our purity. That what we realize, when we did, I remember doing physics years ago at school, and there was potential energy and there's kinetic energy. It's like this here has potential energy because gravity's pulling it. When I do that, push it off, that becomes kinetic energy. Yeah? So right there it's not moving, it's got potential. It's the same with you. You have potential, but you have to act with a pure heart. So as soon as you act, then it manifests. Every activity, has the same potential. Every person has the same potential to become a pure unloyed servant of Krishna. Because why? Jivera Surupahoi Krishnera Nitiras Krishnera Tatasta Shakti Beda Beda Prakash. Because we are eternal servants of Krishna. Just right now we're in a fog. I don't know if you've ever been to London, but some days with the fog there, you cannot see your hand in front of your face. It's so thick. So we all have that potential, but depending how we act, is the heart pure or not? So whether it's Harinam, whether it's book distribution, whether it's deity worship, whether it's washing pots, whether it's mowing the grass, doesn't matter. You see so many examples of Vaishnavas who are performing what seems like very menial service, very simple service, yet they're the most elevated personalities. But we tend to read the stories about the rock stars, about Narottam Das Thakur and Bhaktivinoda Thakur and Vishwanath, all these great personalities. But there are many, many devotees in our line who perform very, very simple service, but we're very, very elevated devotees. So, just a few reflections on that.
just touching on the point of the worship of Lord Shiva, because we know in Rishikesh, Srila Gurudev, His Holiness Nrsimha Swami does Abhishek of Lord Shiva on Shivaratri. And I believe this purport, Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 4, Chapter 24, Text 30, Srila Prabhupada says, similarly, devotees of the Supreme Lord also worship Lord Shiva as the most dear devotee of Lord Krishna. So there is some worship of Lord Shiva, not as the separate personality of Godhead, like Prabhupada says, but acknowledging Lord Shiva as the most dear devotee of Lord Krishna.
But that's it. That's the limit of it. That's it. He says, he's explaining how to acknowledge him as the most dear devotee of Krishna. Not that we do abhisheks, not that we install deities and offer bhoga and stuff. No. We acknowledge him. And that's the same point that that Brahma is making in the Brahma Samhita. Understand who he is. He's a transformation of the Lord's energy for the performance of the work of destruction. Understand that and respect that. But we don't do worship separately. And Narottam Das Thakur has berated the worship of Deities in his various songs. And Prabhupada, in his last days, you know, he was speaking very, very strongly about it. Let me see if we can find, there's quite an interesting purport in the Adi Leela. Where Prabhupada speaks about this very, very strongly. And the danger of Devata worship. Let me see if we can find it quickly for you all. Because you can read any single purport or any single statement from Prabhupada and take it out of context. But if you look at it in the overall context of what he spoke about, especially in relation to any topic, but in relation to Devata worship, then
I hear what you're saying. Narottam Das Thakur has said, anyone who worships the demigods is condemned.
Yeah. So, this is a purport from Adi 1450. There is a misconception about Hindu religion among people who profess other religions, such as Christians and Muslims, who say that Hindu religion, there are many gods. Actually, that is not a fact. God is one. But there are many powerful living entities who are in charge of different departments of administration. They are called demigods. All the demigods are servants who carry out the orders of the Supreme Lord, the personality of Godhead. So he's making this point. God is one. And that's who we worship. Govindamadi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. The head of our sampradaya is saying Govindamadi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. It's very important. All the demigods are servants who carry out the orders of the Supreme Lord, the personality of Godhead. Lord Chaitanya disclosed this fact in his childhood. Out of ignorance, sometimes people worship the demigods to receive some particular boon. But actually, one who becomes a devotee and worshipper of the Supreme Personality does not need to go to the demigods for any benediction, because he obtains everything by the grace of the Supreme Lord. The Bhagavad Gita therefore condemns such demigod worship, and it quotes 2 verses in the Bhagavad Gita. And this is the part I really like. Sometimes we, the members of the Krishna consciousness movement, are accused of not approving of the worship of demigods. But how can we approve of this when it is condemned by Lord Chaitanya and Lord Krishna? How can we allow people to become foolish and hritagyana, but bereft of intelligence? Our propaganda is simply meant to enable intelligent people to understand the distinction between matter and spirit, and understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the whole spiritual identity. That is our mission. How could we mislead people into worshipping so-called gods in material bodies within this material world? Because that's all he's doing, is misleading people. As soon as ISKCON starts to have devatas on the altar, we're misleading people, because then they think that these are worshipful personalities. We respect them because of the service they offer to the Lord. We respect them because they are powerful personalities. We should never disrespect the devatas. You go to Mumbai, for instance, there's devata temples everywhere. And I'm walking down the road, I'll go and I'll offer my pranams. I won't take the prasad. No way. I might bring them some Vishnu prasad for the devatas, but I won't take their prasad. And so we should never be bewildered by this.
Okay, so just one question. Say, for example, you walk past Kundeshwar Mahadev at Radhakund. Yeah. What is the limit of what you should do when you walk past?
I bow down to him. He's a great personality. But Prabhupada, he quotes this, this verse here also by Narottam Das Thakur. He says, to become a staunch, pure devotee of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, without deviation, Ananya-bhakti, one should not divert his attention to the worship of demigods. Such control is a symptom of pure devotional service. So we see, Krishna's condemned it, Lord Chaitanya's condemned it, all our acharyas are condemning it. Why are we doing it? It means we're not following our predecessors. And in order to be successful, Mahajani Yenikatasa Panta, in order to be successful in the path of bhakti, we need to follow our predecessors. Not think we know something better. Follow our predecessors. Yeah? Okay? Yeah.
I just want to thank you for a fabulous class. I feel normal that I have desires. I wanted to ask about the Queen giving her pearl to the deity.
Yeah. Specifically?
Well, I don't take my earrings off and give them to deities. I think they're mine and that they're used by me.
Well, you can see the difference between her and you.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, she's a very, very advanced devotee.
So even though I've worn something, I should just give it to the deity?
There's certain things don't become contaminated ever. Gold, pearl, things like jewels, like rubies, sapphires, diamonds, they don't become contaminated. Wool, wool never becomes contaminated. It might have something contaminated on it, but it never becomes contaminated.
So a pearl never comes contaminated, so she could offer that to the deity. I do remember in the early stage, Indradutta Maharaj used to collect second-hand jewellery for Lakshmi Nrsimha, did he have in those days?
Yeah.
And I remember I gave pearls to that deity.
Yeah, so like plastic, there's something different. But pure there are pure things, and like you'll see, just like in the last few months I've done a few installations, and there's one ceremony called Vandapana, where you're offering all these auspicious items to the deities. Gorochan and mustard, white mustard seeds and different things like that you offer to the deities because they're pure and they're very auspicious. Silk, it's kind of interesting. Silk is considered pure, even though it's, we know how it's derived, but it's still considered pure. Pearls are essentially the waste product of an oyster, but still they're pure, and therefore they're considered to be valuable. So it's interesting. Okay, well, thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada ki, Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda ki, Jai Nitai Gaur Premanandi.